Traffic Center. I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, Thanksgiving is almost as much about the food as giving thanks is. And if you want an even more delicious meal, we have just the woman who can help. Ann Carpenter, author and owner of Kitchen Conservative, is here with some tips. It is so great to see you, and not just because you brought pumpkin pie.
Thank you, Heidi. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Let's start with the number one mistake we make when it comes to Thanksgiving dinner.
I think it's not fully defrosting the turkey before you put it in the oven. You know, the grocery stores sell the turkeys either frozen or semi-frozen, or maybe they've been, sitting in the refrigerator case for a couple of days at the grocery store, but they still have a frozen core. And when people are worried about underbaked turkey, it's because the core of the turkey is still frozen. So what you want to do is to make sure that your turkey is not frozen at the center. One way to do it is to put it in your sink in some water and put your hand in the cavity and make sure that nothing feels really frozen at the center. You can also put a thermometer in the meat to see if it's registering below 32 degrees, because it's so difficult for the bird to cook without drying out if it has to cook a frozen core.
So typically, if I bring home a frozen turkey, we put it in the water and that sort of thing. Typically, how long does it take to get ready to put in the oven?
Well, it depends on the size of the bird.
Oh, yeah, right.
But,
Yeah.
but it can take hours and hours or 24 hours.
Okay.
I remember years ago when I was on the morning show with Art and Jennifer, and I decided that I would try to do a turkey dinner on TV. And I am not a cook, not even in the least. And I was so shocked by, I'm sorry to talk about this here on the radio, but all the blood that came with the turkey at that moment.
Well, but that's because it was frozen. Now, you can buy turkeys that have never been frozen. There are a number of stores that sell fresh turkeys, never frozen. What happens when you freeze poultry is that when you start the defrosting process, it breaks all the cell walls and all this liquid comes out.
Okay.
So it's the liquid from the defrosting cycle, which is why your turkey seems so wet.
Okay, see?
All right, so when we make, I'll just say chicken because we make chicken more than we make turkey. When we make chicken at home, it's the breast, or it's, we make fried chicken. We cook it in its parts, not as a whole. Is it harder to cook something as a whole than...
It's not harder. It just takes a longer time to cook a big round blob than it does to have parts that will cook very fast. Now, you can certainly do what's called spatchcocking.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And open up the bird, whether chicken or turkey. And in other words, instead of cooking it round, you cook
it's
it
called
flat.
What?
Spatchcocking, because we are dispatching the cock.
Okay. Never heard that term before, but we learn something every day here on this show.
That's great.
So why do we try to cook it whole? Just because...
Stuffing.
Oh, and the stuffing.
The stuffing is so delicious.
I was going to think Norman Rockwell with the little boots on the end of the turkey's feet.
That's true, too.
We want to put it
a
on the
little cranberry
table.
ring necklace around the bird.
Yeah.
But because of the stuffing.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because what happens when you put, this bread and aromatics inside the bird, it gets drenched with turkey juices and turkey fat, and it's irresistible.
It does sound delicious. I feel like the other thing that is hard is just timing everything out. Do you have any tips when it comes to that?
Yes, because timing is very important on it. Everyone wants to eat a hot meal. So time your turkey to be ready 1 hour before you eat it.
Okay.
Because that gives you an enormous cushion, and the bird will stay hot for that hour. It will be plenty hot when you eat it because it's whole, it's holding the heat in. And what happens during that rest time is that all the juices retract into the cells, and the meat is much juicier then because you're not carving it too early.
That makes complete
1 hour
sense.
before serving, your turkey should be coming out of the oven.
All right, mashed potatoes seem like a pretty simple side dish. What can we do to make them even better?
Add more butter.
butter makes it better.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. I mean, a really good mashed potato is a little bit of milk and a lot of butter.
So do we want to put the butter in the pot or butter on top when we serve it?
Yes.
Well, at Thanksgiving, you've got that delicious gravy to go on top of the mashed potatoes. So the butter gets folded into the potato.
While it's still
Yeah,
in
while-
the pot.
While it's
Fold it
still in
up.
the pan.
Yeah.
You mash it up, and I believe in hand mashing, whether with a hand masher or a ricer, a potato ricer.
Why?
Makes it light and fluffy. Because when you put electricity on mashed potatoes, it makes them gluey.
Really?
Interesting.
So a little more work, but it's going to be better in the end.
Yes, and then just fold in the butter to your hot
Is-
potatoes and.
Is lumpy mashed potatoes, is that a bad thing?
No, it's
I like
personal
'em.
preference.
Yeah.
Some people like it chunky and some people like it smooth.
And then you say butter. Is margarine, is there a difference?
Yes.
Or, okay, so use
There's
butter.
a difference.
And you want us to use butter.
I want you. Well, we have a motto at our store, which is "It's better with butter," because I've never found anything that wasn't improved by butter.
No question about it. In fact,
okay.
my wife just texted. She said she felt validated by you. half and half and tons of butter for the potatoes.
Yes. Well, I mean, listen. Thanksgiving is not a day to start your diet.
Exactly.
Thanksgiving is
true.
the day to enjoy everything.
Speaking of that, you got pumpkin pie here. My wife's grandmother always made homemade whipped cream,
Yes,
and
you
There-
can do it.
there's nothing like it. Well, my wife has. I should probably learn. Everyone always teases me because I have a little bit of pie with my whipped cream. The fresh made whipped cream, it blows everything else away. There's nothing even close. Agreed?
Yes, absolutely. Now you can hand whisk your cream,
Yeah.
but there are two different types of whisks. There's straight whisks, which are sauce whisks, and they're designed to get into the corners of a saucepan. But if you want to add air to cream, you have to use what's called a balloon whisk, which flares out. So if you take a sauce whisk, you're going to be there for 3 days trying to add air to your whipped cream.
Yeah.
But if you have one of the flared balloon whisks, you can make whipped cream in a jiffy.
And it's really fluffy.
Really
Yeah,
fluffy.
I love it.
And once
do you-
again, I'm kind of anti-machine on whipped cream
Yeah.
because it's so easy to over whip cream. And when you over whip cream, you turn it into butter, and it has a very greasy taste
Too
to it.
liquidy and yeah.
Not too liquidy, it's too firm.
How do
Oh,
you
it's too firm.
Yes, you want your cream to be
Airy.
softly whipped and airy and have that floaty, creamy
Yeah.
taste.
walk us through making whipped cream? Just briefly. What are the ingredients?
Heavy cream.
Mm-hmm.
You pour it into a bowl. You take a balloon whisk and you get some real action and whip it up. Whip it good.
And that's it?
And
That's it. Now you can add
There's
a little
no
sugar.
egg, there's no sugar, there's no
You can
butter?
add a little sugar or vanilla if you'd like, but remember this is going on top of the pumpkin pie, which already has sugar and vanilla in it.
Wow.
You just whip heavy cream,
Yes.
and that's it.
Yes. Have you been buying Ready Whip all these years?
I get the one that goes like this.
Your challenge is to make whipped cream Thursday.
I'm
Yeah.
going to get on and impress people.
Yes, you will.
We say, hey, my mother-in-law, hey, Lindy, where's the balloon whisk?
We're talking
You
to
may want to pack your own.
Yeah. Ann Carpenter, of course, is an author of Soup for You. You Had Me at Pie, but she also is the owner of Kitchen Conservative, which has all of these tools
Yes.
that you need and
Potato
then
ricer,
some,
balloon whisk.
all of it. What are the perfect sides for Thanksgiving dinner, in your opinion?
Well, everybody loves mashed potatoes. I think one time I was invited by my cousins to Thanksgiving dinner, and she decided not to have mashed potatoes. There was a revolution at the table.
I believe it. Yeah. And what kind of gravy goes on your mashed potatoes?
Well, turkey gravy.
Okay.
Yeah. So you want to use a chicken or turkey stock and use the drippings from cooking the turkey to make a good gravy to go on it. But let me tell you about my favorite side of all,
Okay.
because I started adding this a couple of years ago, and now everyone insists on it on Thanksgiving. It's 3 ingredients: sliced sweet potatoes, heavy cream, and minced chipotle peppers.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Sweet
Yeah,
and
but-
spicy?
Yes, sweet and spicy. Put it in a casserole, throw it in the oven for 350 for an hour.
And that's it?
That's it. Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. you've got the pie here, and we're going to taste it, right?
Yes.
What is pumpkin pie made of? Because it doesn't seem like it's made of pumpkin.
Well, what is pumpkin? Pumpkin is a squash. And all the squash that is in the Libby cans of pumpkin, the branded cans of pumpkin, come from Morton, Illinois. That's where they grow the squash, they process the squash, they pack it into the cans. And what squash do they use? They actually use butternut squash. So what's in the cans is botanically butternut squash. So what I've made my pumpkin pie out of is not a can, but I roasted up a butternut squash. I then pureed it, and then the other ingredients are 3 eggs, 3/4 of a cup of heavy cream, and spices, and a cup of sugar.
You're amazing. We're not doing that out of a can. I'm just going to do it myself. That's fantastic.
That is what we love. You know, and one of the other things, I was kind of looking through things that maybe we forget on Thanksgiving, and that's simply making room in your refrigerator for all of this stuff.
Well, don't you have an extra refrigerator in the basement?
Gotta take
I
the
thought
beer out.
everybody
Most
did.
Gotta take the
people
beer
do.
out
Well,
for a
it's
day.
cold enough that the beer can be outside.
On the deck. That's exactly right.
You have an extra refrigerator.
So is there anything that you buy pre-made?
I feel like you just really
What an
insulted
insult.
her.
We have to
No.
apologize for Josh. She didn't get out
Yes.
much.
Why would she when she can make everything so much
How do
better?
you do cranberries?
So what my favorite cranberries, you put the bag of cranberries in a saucepan, and I like to add some chopped up dried apricots, peel and dice up a pear, a half a cup of sugar, a half a cup of water, bring it to a boil, and it's totally delicious.
And how do you ever get anyone to leave your house?
I don't eat cranberries, but I want that recipe to do it.
I
That
know.
sounded delicious.
I'm guessing you don't buy canned corn. Is there an easy way to get the corn kernels off the cob?
I am so glad you asked me that question, Josh. That is fabulous. We sell at the store what's known as a corn creamer. I mean, this tool has been around for 100 years, and it makes the best creamed corn. So I love to make a corn casserole with the creamed corn because there are no hulls. It's just the essence, the flavor of the corn in the casserole. Mix it up with a couple of eggs and some cream and bake it in the oven.
What does this device look like?
Well, it's a long piece of stainless steel, and you place it over a bowl, and you prop it up against the wall, and you run your ear of corn over the teeth, and it scrapes all the juice into a bowl.
Wow.
It's how I make my corn chowder, too.
Oh, it sounds so good.
Isn't that what you brought us the other day?
Yes!
the corn
last
chowder
time.
was
Yes,
so
don't you
good.
remember that
So
texture?
good.
It was so
It's
good.
the
Yes.
best cream corn ever.
Well, I mentioned you're the author of Soup for You, and I know that you're doing a class at Kitchen Conservatory on bisque. What kind
Yes.
of bisque are you going to be?
December 17th. Yes. Well, of course, lobster bisque. Doesn't everybody
Of
love
course.
that?
With real chunks of lobster?
No, I'm going to use fake chunks of lobster because Josh is coming to the
You just went Josh on her.
Haven't you learned your lesson?
Yeah, I have. And then you also are the author of You Had Me at Pie, as far as that goes. And people can find your books anywhere books are sold.
Correct.
And then, of course, we mentioned Kitchen Conservatory. And how many tools do you have?
6,000. Essential kitchen tools.
Yeah, essential because you need, each one has a particular job.
Don't you think every food needs its own tool?
I do.
I do because it makes it better. Somebody just said, this lady is fantastic. Please have her on again. And obviously.
Was that my husband?
I don't know, maybe. And you always have an open invite here on our show.
Always.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Everybody loves good barbecue, and everybody wants to know where the next great barbecue place is. And if you're looking for an overnight sensation, it's only taken them 10 years. 3 Bay Barbecue and Bakery, Woods Mill and Clayton Road. There is a gas station, West County Phillips 66 gas station. In that gas station, in the back, for 10 years, some of the best barbecue in town. Bring a friend and spread the word. 3 Bay Barbecue and Bakery. Don't forget about the bakery. 3baybarbecueandbakery.com.
It's Julie Buck inviting you to join us for the annual Rusted Chandelier Open House. Come sip and shop and buy all the goodies to deck your halls at the Rusted Chandelier. They're located in Kirkwood at Manchester and Folger. You do not want to miss this store, especially during the holidays. Absolutely everything to decorate your home and get your cozy on this holiday season at the Rusted Chandelier.
Join in the festivities as the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra presents Beethoven's Seventh. Energy and reverie. Sparks of energy will fly across Powell Hall in this spirited Thanksgiving weekend event featuring one of Beethoven's personal favorites, his blazing, boisterous Seventh Symphony. Pianist Joyce Yang joins to give her interpretation of Rachmaninoff's Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini November 29th and 30th. Tickets at slso.org.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants, the cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
This KTRS Honors Salute is presented by Truck Centers, Inc., a family-owned network of 12 Freightliner and Western Star dealerships based in Troy, Illinois, and serving customers across Illinois, Missouri, and Indiana since 1970. Now in its third generation, Truck Centers carries forward a legacy of integrity and service established by its second-generation chairman, a U.S. Army veteran. They're hiring experienced diesel and body shop techs, parts specialists, and other in-demand professionals with sign-on bonuses for qualified candidates, including veterans. Bring your skills to a team that values your service. Learn more at truckcentersinc.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. 600 Kelwood, St. Louis.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
7 minutes before 4 o'clock. Captain Paul, what are you seeing on the roads?
Heidi, I see an accident on 70 West at 270, causing a stop and go back up to Lindbergh. Estimated clearance time is 4:10. Watch for debris in the left lane of 70 West at Lucas and Hunt. And there's repair work on 5570 East at Illinois 157. That's causing a slowdown back to Black Lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Lion's Choice, where you can enjoy a quick and delicious meal but make it healthy with plenty of low-cal, low-carb, vegetarian, and gluten-free options. There's something to satisfy everyone on the Lion's Choice menu. Stop by today. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, what started as a dream vacation has turned into a nightmare for one tight-knit, blended family. Sasha Pesnick, ABC News reporter in New York, joins us with that story. So we're talking about this family of an 18-year-old who died on a cruise ship, and now they're actually speaking to ABC.
Yes, that's exactly right. This beloved teenage girl was discovered dead on their Carnival cruise ship earlier this month, and even more baffling, the person who her family has come to find out from authorities is suspected in her death, her teenage stepbrother. Just a shocking story, and that dream vacation, as you mentioned, absolutely shattered. 18-year-old Anna Kepner's body was discovered concealed under a bed on that cruise ship where she, her grandparents, her dad, his new wife, her children from a previous marriage were all enjoying this blended family holiday together. And we're just getting in this afternoon that Anna's death has now been ruled a homicide caused by mechanical asphyxia, according to a copy of the death certificate issued today and provided to ABC News by Anna's family. And Anna's grandparents now breaking their silence for the first time in an interview with ABC News, sharing the difficult details of what they know about what happened on that ship. Jeffrey and Barbara Kepner have told us that the last time they saw Anna was the night before she was discovered. She said her braces were hurting her at dinner, but then was still determined to join in the fun, pop in and out to see him. And then the next morning, her grandpa says he heard a medical alert blaring over the ship's loudspeakers, and the room it was needed for was all too familiar, and boy, did it change everything. So her death certificate now says she was asphyxiated, and Anna's grandma says that one possibility they're considering was whether it was caused by a so-called bar hold, kind of an arm across the neck. The Kepner is telling ABC News that they were told their granddaughter's body showed no signs of sexual assault or drugs or alcohol in her system, but did have bruises on her neck. The interesting thing about this particular case here, often from authorities in a suspected homicide, we hear from them, from the cops, who they think is responsible for the death. In this case, we haven't heard that yet, but in a court filing in an unrelated custody dispute, Anna's stepmother has called her own son, who's a minor, a suspect in Anna's death. Now, he hasn't been arrested yet or charged with any crime, but Anna's grandparents say authorities told the family that the stepbrother, according to security cameras on the ship, was the only one seen going in and out from the room that he had been sharing with Anna. And they say that, in fact, Anna and her stepbrother, to their knowledge, had actually been close and wanted to room together, even though they didn't have to. They had the option not to. So at this point, Barbara Kepner says she even sat in on some of the FBI interview with the stepbrother. He was emotional, an emotional mess, she said. He was hospitalized after the boat docked for psychiatric observation, now released to stay with a family member. Now they're trying to carry on, figure out what exactly happened, who was responsible on that ship, and remember their granddaughter as they try to process all this.
Sasha, how old is the stepbrother?
So he is a minor, and we can say that because there are so many sensitivities around someone who is not an adult yet officially. We're just keeping it as he is a minor right now.
And does he have any other sort of record?
Right now, he's not even charged in this case. His grandparents did say to us, without really offering any more context to it, that he had in his past struggled with some demons. Now, that could be anything from trouble with the family's, his parents' divorce, or just growing up, or something else. But it's really too early to speculate at this point what exactly that might mean.
Sasha, as you tell us the facts as they've been reported so far, all of it, it's unfortunate that we kind of get used to some of these things. And once you have the cause of death, then the other thing that stands out as something that will be critical maybe is how the body got under the bed, because then it starts to go maybe to intent, if you did something wrong and all those kinds of things. And so I think that will be a key part of the case.
It's a really interesting point, and authorities at this point, they're going to be looking at everything. They want to talk to everybody in the family. They're poring over all the security cameras on the ship, all the key swipe cards to the room, who went in, who went out, who was where, and when. They're going to be looking at all of it at this point. Right now, there are still a lot of open questions in a saga that truly is far from over.
Yeah. Well, Sasha Pesnick, we really appreciate your report on this. Thank you for keeping us in the loop.
You bet. Thank you.
So here's the deal. If you're driving around and you've got some dings and dents and you start to notice them now a little bit more because the sun is out and you drive, wait a minute, hold on, I didn't see that before. Guess what? You need to get to Dents Express. They've got 2 locations on Manchester, in Baldwin, and in St. Charles. Whether it's dent removal, hail damage, minor collision, they'll work with your insurance company, handle all the paperwork, and then when it's ready, they'll come call you and you can come pick up the car for 30 plus years. Dents Express.
STL.com.
Truck drivers, wherever you want to take your driving career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers can choose from dedicated, intermodal, dry van, and tanker options. Don't wait to upgrade your career before the new year. Search jobs and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Mizzou football.
The rushing touchdown, and Missouri extends the lead.
KTRS AM, FM 1061, K291CW St. Louis.
From ABC News. I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of ABC News Live Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. A federal judge dismissed the criminal case against former FBI Director James Comey, who was charged with lying to Congress in testimony and obstruction, along with a separate indictment against New York Attorney General Letitia James, who was accused of bank fraud. The judge found the installment of acting U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan, who sought the indictments, was invalid.
Now the indictments against both of President Trump's political enemies have been dismissed, although the judge dismissed them without prejudice, and that means that federal prosecutors can, if they so choose, try again to secure the indictments, perhaps once a permanent U.S. attorney is picked for the Eastern District of Virginia.
ABC's Aaron Katursky. A White House spokesperson says this will not be the final word on the matter. Attorney Abby Lowell, who represented Comey and James, called the charges politically motivated. The Pentagon confirmed it has launched an investigation into Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona related to a video that he and fellow veterans released.
The Arizona Democrat was one of 6 veterans of the military and intelligence community who in a video urged service members to ignore illegal orders. Former astronaut Mark Kelly served as a Navy captain until his 2011 retirement. A Pentagon statement now says the sitting senator may be recalled to active duty for a court-martial or for administrative measures, which could include a reduction in rank or his retirement pay. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the others in the video are not in retired status, so they're no longer subject to military law.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. U.S. officials say talks have progressed in Geneva on a peace plan between Ukraine and Russia. The U.S. original 28-point proposal was shaved down to a new 19-point draft after Ukraine and European allies say it favored Russia. At the White House, First Lady Melania Trump received this year's White House Christmas tree. It arrived by horse and carriage. The tree comes from Michigan and Corson's Tree Farm. You're listening to ABC News.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, this is Stuart Rosenblum, president of Stewart's American Mortgage.
Stewie!
Mortgages are the biggest investment that a person's going to make in their life, yet most people don't know anything about it. Tune in for Mortgages and More with Stewie. That's me, where we can go over all the different types of mortgage programs in simple terms. You, me,
Stewie!
You'll become an expert after the first show.
Listen to Mortgages and More with Stewie, Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. on KTRS.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. A suspect is being sought after a woman was seriously injured in a hit-and-run in North County. Police say this happened early yesterday morning along I-70 near Jennings Station Road. Anyone with any information is asked to call St. Louis County Police. Dozens of residents are displaced after a fire at a Richmond Heights apartment complex. Firefighters were called to a fire yesterday afternoon at one of the units in the Arrive Brentwood complex. Fire officials say the sprinkler system was activated in the building. This, along with smoke, caused damage to 30 units in the complex. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire is being investigated. The Afton Ice Rink is honoring the legacy of a CBC hockey player who was killed by a stray bullet last year. The rink opened the 72 Lounge on the weekend in honor of 16-year-old Colin Brown. 72 was the number Brown wore on his jersey. The Missouri Highway Patrol is once again participating in Project Blue Light. Project Blue Light was started by concerns of police survivors and paying tribute to fallen officers and showing support for law enforcement. General Headquarters Division and Troop Headquarters buildings will display blue lights beginning today and continuing through January 2nd. With Thanksgiving this Thursday, St. Louis Lambert International Airport is preparing for one of the busiest weeks of the year. The story from KTRS's Jill Enders.
Nearly 220,000 passengers will depart from Lambert Airport during the Thanksgiving travel period, according to the TSA. That's an increase of almost 18% from last year. Lambert officials are reminding travelers to check with their airlines for the latest updates and check parking availability in advance. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. The Missouri Department of Higher Education and Workforce Development was awarded an additional $4 million grant from the U.S. Department of Labor. This is being done to continue support for disaster relief jobs for Missouri residents impacted by the tornado that hit the St. Louis area on May 16th. And now let's take a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. Wall Street at the close today, Dow Jones up 202 points to 26,448. S&P 500 up 102 points to 6,705. NASDAQ up 599 points to 22,872. Now let's check sports and traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
So be the Blues, who snapped a 4-game winless streak with a win over the Islanders Saturday, stay in New York to play the Rangers tonight. And Mizzou football fell to Oklahoma in Norman 17-6. Bo Pribula returned at quarterback, but it wasn't enough for the Tigers, who were held without a touchdown for the first time this season. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. An accident on 70 West at 270 is causing a stop and go back up to Cypress. Watch for debris in the left lane of 70 West at Lucas and Hunt. And there's repair work on 5570 East at Illinois 157. That's causing a slowdown back to Black Lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. Give the gift of savings with a Neighbors Credit Union Smart Savings Account. When you open a new Smart account from Black Friday to Cyber Monday with a minimum $50 initial deposit, Neighbors Credit Union will add a $50 deposit. Visit neighborscu.org for complete details. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather tonight, rain likely, overnight low of 49. Tomorrow, mix of sun and clouds, high of 60. Right now, with scattered light rain in the area, we have 51 degrees. The time is 4:08. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Meet me at the Village Bar. Ready for the world's best cheeseburger? Homemade onion rings, trashed wings? It's the Village Bar for food and sports. Cards, Blues, Mizzou, NFL. The game's always on. Open 7 days a week in De Pere. Grab your friends, grab a cold beer. We'll see you at the Village Bar.
John Beal Roofing has been proudly serving homeowners and businesses in the St. Louis metro area on both sides of the river in Missouri and Illinois for over 3 generations. A dependable roof begins with a team you can count on, and that's exactly what you get with John Beal Roofing. Recognized as one of Roofing Contractor Magazine's top 100 roofing companies, John Beal Roofing offers 24/7 emergency service and industry-leading warranties, including a lifetime workmanship warranty for total peace of mind. From upgrading an aging roof or completing a full replacement, the team at John Beal Roofing delivers solutions that are built to code, built to last, and handled with expert care. John Beal also responds quickly with reliable storm damage services backed by decades of experience and 24/7 emergency support. Get started today for expert service and a free, no-obligation estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-ROOF. That's 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
Join us for a nostalgic evening of love, joy, and timeless music as Rain, a Beatles Christmas tribute, brings the spirit of the season to life. Enjoy holiday favorites and legendary Beatles hits in a festive celebration made for families, friends, and fans of all ages. Come together and share the peace of the season with Rain, a Beatles Christmas tribute.
At the Fabulous Fox on December 11th. Tickets at fabulousfox.com.
Razorback Armory is a full-service firearm shop that strives to be the area's premier destination for firearm enthusiasts. Have an older gun that's seen better days? Bring it in and let the experts at Razorback Armory go over it with you and see if it can be restored to its original condition. Razorback Armory, Manchester Road in De Pere, is your alumni-owned firearms dealer. Shop local. Shop Razorback. RazorbackArmory.com.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show
With Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey.
on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Monday afternoon, November 24th. Josh, I picked this just for you. Little Diggers construction-themed indoor play space coming to De Pere. Does Finn like to play in the sand and the dirt?
Oh, yeah. And he loves the excavator.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, get this. This new play space is taking that childhood pastime of digging in the dirt to a whole new level. Little Diggers is billed as your neighborhood's largest indoor sandbox. It's made for kids who just can't get enough digging, dumping, and building. The space is also on a mission of promoting hands-on sensory play. So the play space will feature specialty sand, a rigorous cleaning process so parents don't have to worry, and a health-forward cafe with locally made coffee, so something for mom and dad as well. The spot will be filled with a variety of custom-produced toys and materials designed to help feed imaginations and problem-solving skills, including the company's signature sand, which comes from the Bahamas. Construction-themed birthday parties and private events are also a large part of the Little Diggers business. Little Diggers is slated to open in early next year in De Pere on Manchester Road.
How about that?
It looks really cool.
I'm on the website. It's just a giant indoor sandbox.
But with really cool, trucks and dump trucks and excavation toys. It looks like it's going to be a fun time.
That's true. And whereas opposed to, hey, it's great to have a nice sandbox at your house.
Yeah.
But now you're interacting with other kids. The parents can get out of the way.
Absolutely. And not have to clean up.
Heidi and I were just talking during the break about how intense high school football can be.
So intense. And sad day on Saturday with my CBC cadets losing to the Jackson Indians.
Now, and I don't mean to give this an ugly turn.
Yeah.
High school football coach vanishes amid team's undefeated season. Did you see the story?
I did see the headline. I don't know the rest of it, but it is frightening.
Travis Turner, coach of the Union High School football team in Virginia, was reported missing on November 20th. A search is underway for the coach who disappeared during their undefeated season. I guess that's last weekend. He's been missing since last Thursday, actually. And police were sent to Turner's home. He hadn't showed up to school.
Frightening.
Could not find him. Jason Day, the Virginia State Police said search has been focused around his home, according to a station there. He said drones and K-9 units have assisted with the search. Mr. Turner had been coaching at Union since 2011. They say they're exhausting all possibilities.
But they have not found him?
At this time, a staff member has been placed on administrative leave with pay while an external agency reviews an allegation that was reported to us. The plot thickens.
It sure does.
Very weird.
Very weird.
It's
Very
tense.
weird.
It's intense.
And real quick.
Yes?
You saw a volcano? Did they say it was active or not?
It is an active volcano.
Volcano in Ethiopia erupts for the first time in nearly 12,000 years.
I did see the lava, which is pretty cool.
They said it felt like a bomb went off. Anyway, sorry, Josh.
No worries, Bob. Coming back to town, I think maybe for the third time since the infamous Riverport riot. Guns N' Roses are expected to headline Busch Stadium August 16th next summer.
You know what? I had several people went the last time they played. Was it at the Dome?
It was at the Dome.
They said it was amazing.
I was there. It really was amazing.
It went on forever, didn't it?
It was a long show.
Yeah.
They sounded great. And, you know, let's let bygones be bygones after all these years.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't at that show at Riverport all those years ago. I was 12. But Guns N' Roses and company are coming back to St. Louis and playing at Busch Stadium. I still haven't seen a concert at Busch Stadium, so maybe this will be the one.
They finally, this is at the new stadium. I saw the Beach Boys there. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
The old stadium, Busch Memorial, had real trouble with acoustics. The Who and the Stones finally figured it out around 1990, but prior to that, it was
rough.
It was really rough.
Yeah, I think I saw Dave Matthews Band at the old Busch, and then saw the Chicks and the Eagles, and then U2 also at the new one, and it was fantastic. Yeah. They know what they're doing now.
Who was last year? Was it Billy Joel? And then wasn't Ed Sheeran supposed to come?
I don't think Ed Sheeran.
To the ballpark?
Did they make that up?
Yeah, I think you made that one up.
Made that one up.
I don't recall.
Who came this past year?
Post Malone.
Post Malone.
And Jelly Roll were here. I'll tell you, it's one of the things that we do with our RV is go to a lot of music festivals. And I got to tell you, now is a great time to buy an RV or maybe upgrade because Byerly RV has clearance prices on all of the 2025 models. So they really want to kind of clear that lot to make room for the new ones. So you can get the latest and greatest, but at the best possible prices. I actually got a text from a friend saying, hey, we're thinking about dipping our toe in the RV world. And I said, we'll go to Byerly RV.
Don't get her started.
Yeah, it is so much fun. They've been doing this now for more than 75 years, and Byerly RV really not only provides you the rig if you don't have one, but they provide the service needs of the St. Louis RV community. Not only us, but for people passing through. Not only do they have a great service department, they have a great storage facility. They now have a body shop as well. I mean, they really have raised the bar with their brand new state-of-the-art service center, which is right next door to the dealership. If you already have an RV and you want to store the RV there, it is valet service. You just call them up a couple days ahead of time, and they have the RV ready to go, which is just so nice. And back to the service, they have 16 full-size service bays. So, I mean, a dedicated wood and metal shop. They have a giant warehouse for parts. So they get you back out on the road so you can enjoy your time in your RV, not sitting there at the dealership. Byerly RV is the best. So if you're looking for an RV, if you're ready to upgrade your RV, or if you just need a little service done, look no further than Byerly RV. You can check them out online at ByerlyRV.com or swing by the dealership there in Eureka at 109 and 44.
It's go time. Wednesday night, Guns N' Hoses, the annual charity boxing match at Stiefel supporting Backstoppers. The mission of Guns N' Hoses remains the same every year. Support the survivors. Tickets still available at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. St. Louis winters don't mess around, and neither should you. When those freezing temps hit, the last thing you want to do is discover your furnace isn't up to the job. That's why now is the perfect time to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their certified technicians will give your system a full checkup, making sure it's safe, efficient, and ready to keep your family warm all season long. Think of it like an oil change for your car. A little preventative care now saves you from big, expensive breakdowns later. Plus, a tuned-up system runs more efficiently, which means lower energy bills when the cold really sets in. So don't wait until you're shivering under 3 blankets. Schedule your heating inspection today with Premier Heating and Cooling. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net, 636-916-1122.
The official birthplace of the toasted ravioli is
Mama's on the Hill.
And Mama's on the Hill serves the best in town. Mama's has been a mainstay on the Hill for decades and is still a family-run restaurant serving up great Italian food in a fun atmosphere. Open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, and right in the heart of the Hill at Edwards and Bischoff. Delicious catering and party rooms too.
Mama's on the Hill.
Make reservations at 314-776-3100 100 and 24/7 at mamasonthehill.com.
Domestic violence is a public health epidemic, with over 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men experiencing abuse by an intimate partner. Many significant barriers like financial concerns, nowhere to stay, and lack of transportation prevent victims from leaving their abusers. That's where Alive comes in, with their empowerment philosophy and resources like 24-hour crisis line, emergency shelter, transportation, and therapy. Your generous donations make a huge difference. To learn more, go to alivestl.org.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Happy Hockey Days! Ho, 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 ho. Through December 7th, get great deals on Blues tickets and merchandise. Buy a flex plan and get a free game, or give the gift of choice with a gift card and let them choose their matchups. Bring the whole gang to a game and get a great deal on a suite, or receive 1 free ticket for every 15 group tickets purchased. While you're there, check out special savings on Enterprise Center and Stiefel Theater events and new weekly Blues retail offers. Find the best gifts now at stlouisblues.com/holidays.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. 600 Kelwood, St. Louis.
Mizzou fans, are you looking for a jeweler? Your hometown jeweler of choice is Lordo's Diamonds in the heart of Ladue on Clayton Road. Lordo's Diamonds sells GIA certified diamonds, and they've been in the business a long, long time. You want to support local businesses, especially when it comes to jewelry, because the big box stores are long gone and you can't buy this stuff online. You need a jeweler you can trust, and Lordo's Diamonds is a company you can trust. They also give back to the community and support your Missouri Tigers. LordosDiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS. It's Monday,
And that means news, politics, lighthearted topics, and everything St. Louis and beyond.
It's Ryan Krull from St. Louis Magazine on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Welcome back, Ryan. How are you?
Hey, I am doing terrific. Excited. It's a short holiday week. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're feeling the exact same way. And I got to tell you, this fatal shooting at the airport last week has shined a spotlight on an issue I was completely unaware of, but you have done a story on it, and it's homelessness at the airport. What did you learn?
Yeah, I was surprised to hear this too, but like a lot of businesses that have to deal one way or the other with homelessness, the airport, I guess, is no exception, where a lot of people who don't have anywhere to go are, using the airport as a place to get warm, to charge their phone, and maybe even sleep. And it's a real issue that the airport police have to deal with. It's not what you think of when you think of the airport, but the more I sort of thought about this, as I learned more, I hate to say it, but it kind of came as no surprise.
So each day, do police officers kind of come through and exit people out? Is this something that happens overnight?
Yeah, that's what I was told. So basically, at the end of the evening, the last Metrolink train leaves the airport a little before 1 a.m. And right before that, airport police will do a walkthrough, a kind of thorough canvassing of the terminals, and what I was told was reliably there are some people, hoping to spend the night there. And what they have to do is they have to say, hey, you got to go. You got to get on that train, take public transit away from here. I was told, I will say that on nights, when it is just freezing, when it would be, inhumane to send someone out into that weather, they generally, work something out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is, these are not, the airport is not a homeless shelter, and these officers they're not social workers. So clearly everyone's just kind of doing the best they can.
I read your story on St. Louis Magazine, and I was dumbfounded by the number. During the winter, the number of homeless that they have to usher out could be as many as 2 or 3 dozen people.
Yeah, that is what I was told.
Wow.
And then I spoke to a woman who's quoted in the story who drives Uber, and she's often at at Lambert picking up people who have whose flights come in late, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And she said, yeah, what you're telling me tracks. There was kind of a relatively large community ecosystem, whatever you want to call it, of homeless people up in that area, and particularly around Terminal 1, where there's a highway off ramp. There is the terminal itself where there's a bathroom and outlets, that sort of thing. And then there's a gas station. And yeah, it's just it's a place where a lot of people, they can panhandle, they can, buy whatever they need from the gas station and use the services of the airport. So it's kind of, that they can't get resources anywhere else, or they don't, for whatever reason, they're making that the place where they stay.
Yeah, and Ryan, obviously they can't get through security, and they can't be in the terminals and those areas. So where are they?
Yeah, so my understanding was, I'm sort of pulling from my own memory the times I've taken Metrolink up to the airport, but in the before you go through security,
like the ticketing area.
Yeah, the ticketing area, and there's also kind of a long hallway between the Metrolink station and where the ticketing area is.
Yep.
And I think there is a bathroom there. Obviously, there's outlets and seats and that kind of thing. It's sort of a kind of place where I don't think you pay too much attention to it whenever you're obviously rushing to catch a flight and that sort of thing. But other folks have found a way, I guess, to avail themselves of it.
I guess baggage claim in the main terminal, there's places to go.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well,
yeah,
both actually. So, Ryan, you also have a story about nuclear waste. Of course, we all know it's been mishandled in St. Louis, and that's a long, windy story. But there was a settlement earlier this year that kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. And this was an area in Hazelwood. They sometimes call it the Laddie Avenue site. So the very short version is that St. Louis played an important role in the Manhattan Project, creating the atomic bomb. And then some of that waste, nuclear waste, was stored at this Hazelwood site. And then it went on to the Westlake landfill, which is kind of a much more infamous site, and has been the subject of a documentary and a lot of reporting. But this sort of intermediate site, this Laddie Avenue site, it too has caused health problems for people who live around it, and it's radioactive and needs to be cleaned up. And what's noteworthy here is, even though it's a less well-known site, the Department of Energy just earlier this year, like you said, under the radar, came in and said, we will pay for the lion's share of this cleanup. The forerunner, the government department that preceded us is largely responsible for it. So, we're going to kind of do the right thing. And they ponied up something like $90 million, I want to say, to clean up this one site. And the hope among, activists, people who really care about Westlake, is that they'll do the same for Westlake.
Huh, very interesting. You also wrote a story about the trial to remove St. Louis Sheriff Alfred Montgomery, and I guess it was not a dull day.
No, it has been a wild one. From the latest, the hot off the presses happenings from the trial, from what I understand, is that the state they wrapped up today. I guess it's been just the 4th or 5th day. It's been a long trial. They wrapped up today. And basically, they asked the judge if he wanted to rule just based on what the attorney general had said about Alfred Montgomery. He declined to do that, and Alfred's defense has began this afternoon. So that's going on still right now. I think people are thinking it will wrap up before Thanksgiving, but if that's tomorrow or Wednesday remains to be seen.
Got it. Well, you can follow Ryan's reports online at stlmag.com. Anything else exciting you're working on before you take a little break?
I got a story coming out tomorrow about this in the St. Louis County, this senior tax freeze that the St. Louis County Council members approved, and then they've taken basically in the St. Louis County itself, a relatively low percentage of folks have actually utilized this tax freeze, but 100% of the folks on the St. Louis County Council who are eligible of it have used it, and some people think that's not a great thing given the fact their county's facing this huge budget shortfall.
What a shock.
Folks can read tomorrow and decide for themselves.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that story as well. Again, it's stlmag.com. Ryan, thank you and happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you guys, and have a great rest of your holiday week.
Yeah, and I can't wait to talk to Ryan about that next week because it's just a tax freeze. So I don't know how they could be missing that many millions of dollars because our houses shouldn't be going up that much year over year.
You might be surprised.
Right?
Yeah.
But then there was a story in the Post this past week that said somebody's house skyrocketed in value, and the tax man cometh, and they're like,
I didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. How is my house so valuable all of a sudden?
I know years ago, before I was in the house that I'm in now, and I was trying to make payments on my house, and it almost doubled. It was crazy, and
Your tax bill or the house?
No, well, the tax bill it was really a struggle to make ends meet as far as that goes.
Here's the main thing. We've said it before. This Ryan Krull, he is an upcoming journalist.
Yeah.
He is big time, folks. You got to start reading him. When he's on the show, listen here. He is top notch. He's really good.
A hard worker, too. He always kind of digs in and goes a little further than the other, I think, reporters do. And just kind of, it's not just a headline. He really gets the nuts and the bolts of it. Kind of like Captain Paul when it comes to traffic. He really digs into what he's seeing on the roads.
Really?
And I'm digging in right now, Heidi, and seeing an accident on 270 north before Doherty Ferry, blocking the two left lanes with traffic jammed back to near Gravois. The estimated clearance time is 5:05. There's a crash on 55 south before Lindbergh with an estimated clearance time of 5:05 also. And we have repair work on 5570 east at Illinois 157. That's causing a slowdown back to Black Lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Lion's Choice. Say howdy to the new Southwest Cheddar Melt. Your choice of roast beef, ham, or turkey with melted cheddar cheese, crispy jalapenos and onions, and zesty Southwest sauce. Available now. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, I was gone for a couple days, and I get back, and I've got some important news from our friends over at Dalco. Obviously, you know that they're locally owned, family operated, have been for 50 years. What is, I think, even more important than that, they've been installing the very best windows and doors in town for just that long. And that great offer that I've been telling you about, because before I left, I said, you got to get in on this deal before, I don't know, November, blah, blah, blah. Well, it has been extended through the end of the month. You can still earn that $600 tax credit on new windows. Plus, Dalco has upped the ante to an additional $260 credit per window for up to 10 of their Elite Series windows, and that's with 0% financing for up to 18 months. So even if you're looking around the house and you know that it's coming, but maybe you don't need to do it right now as the holidays approach, well, it could be the best time to do it because you can get that extra in credits before the year ends. So now could be the time to call Dalco Home Remodeling. You can call them at 314-298-7300 to get up to $3,200 in credits. And that's for up to 10 new energy-efficient windows. So we're not even talking about the money you're going to save when you crank the heat or the air next summer. 314-298-7300, or you can go online online to learn more at DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. You know, the ad has always said if you buy somewhere else and find out how much you could have saved at Dalco, you'll blow your stack. So don't blow your stack. Make Dalco Home Remodeling your first call, 314-298-7300.
November 11th, 1918. Armistice Day, the day World War I ended. Since 1954, we remember that historic event as Veterans Day. At KTRS, we hope you never forget the true purpose of Veterans Day, to remember those brave men and women who protected our freedom by giving up some of their own and sometimes more.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I say your name. Do you solemnly swear? Do solemnly swear.
We celebrate Veterans Day on the anniversary of the armistice that ended World War I. They gave up everything for our country, for us.
The energy, the faith, the devotion will light our country and all who serve it.
Let us continue to stand for the ideals for which they lived and died.
KTRS Honors, proudly supported by Royal Banks of Missouri, St. Paul, Truck Centers Incorporated, Bartolino's Hospitality Group, Prestige Pools and Spas.
Here's a Christmas gift for you. All this week online at Country Club Car Wash's website, cccwstl.com. They are offering an annual plan, which means you buy an annual membership and you get unlimited car washes all year long. Annual plans start as low as $200. Make sure it says country, because if it doesn't say country, it ain't Country Club Car Wash. Only online, annual plans. This week and this week only. CCCWSTL.com.
Hello, St. Louis. My family's been in the car business for almost 85 years, and I'm so proud to have two of my sons join the Laundorf team. Together, we are continuing the Laundorf commitment to great customer service. When you buy a vehicle from our family, you can be sure you'll get the best price and the best service. Are you kidding me? Price brings people in, but service keeps them coming back. Stop in today or shop 24/7 at Laundorf.com. Everybody's a winner at Johnny Laundorf Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Johnny Laundorf Chevrolet. John Beal Roofing has been proudly serving homeowners and businesses in the St. Louis metro area on both sides of the river in Missouri and Illinois for over 3 generations. A dependable roof begins with a team you can count on, and that's exactly what you get with John Beal Roofing. Recognized as one of Roofing Contractor Magazine's top 100 roofing companies, John Beal Roofing offers 24/7 emergency service and industry-leading warranties, including a lifetime workmanship warranty for total peace of mind. From upgrading an aging roof or completing a full replacement, the team at John Beal Roofing delivers solutions that are built to code, built to last, and handled with expert care. John Beal also responds quickly with reliable storm damage services backed by decades of experience and 24/7 emergency support. Get started today for expert service and a free, no obligation estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-ROOF. That's 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
This holiday season, STL Authentics is your go-to source for exclusive blues gear. Surprise the fan in your life with a new jersey. We've got the best selection of player sweaters in stock and ready to ship. Or give them the gift of choice with an STL Authentics gift card. They'll love shopping premium brands like Lululemon, Tommy Bahama, and 47 brand, plus local favorites including Series 6 and the Normal brand. Get your holiday shopping done now at the Team Store and Enterprise Center or online at STLAuthentics.com.
A big KTRS shout out to Lacey Lumber, family owned and family operated since 1872. Lacey Lumber has built the St. Louis metropolitan area. They've worked with builders and contractors and homeowners. They provide building materials from soup to nuts. 2 hardware stores in Belleville ready to serve you. Millwork, insulating material, wallboard, roofing materials, you name it, Lacey Lumber can help because Lacey Lumber is just that much better. LaceyLumber.com.
Woke radical liberals are screwing up this country, but Congressman Jason Smith is fighting back. He backed one big, beautiful tax cut for working families, ending Social Security taxes for nearly all seniors, and taxes on tips and overtime gone. So call Congressman Jason Smith at 202-225-4404 and thank him for backing working family tax cuts and putting America first. Paid for by American Prosperity Alliance.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550. KTRS.
Well, this headline makes me a little sad, but I'm holding out hope. Evolution Festival is going to be put on pause next year. And what they say, the organizers of Evolution Festival, is that there are just so many major events scheduled already for the region that they didn't want to add one more. And so hopefully it will come back after this little pause. They're talking about, of course, the nation's 250th birthday. You've got the World Cup and the Olympics. So they said, while 2026 is shaping up to be an exceptionally busy year for our city, we remain incredibly proud of what Evolution has built and the enthusiasm our community continues to show. That's, of course, Steve Shankman, founder and executive producer. From day one, the goal has been to create an experience that brings people together, celebrates music, and positively impacts our region. That mission will never pause. And in case you forgot, this year, the festival made a $100,000 donation to United Way of St. Louis to the Storm Relief Fund to help local families after the May 16th tornado. So we will miss gathering with our fans at Evolution Festival next year, but we're excited about what's ahead. So that gives me a little hope.
And, you know, he is right in that the World Cup, would you go to the Olympics?
I don't know that I would go to the Olympics if my...
but that's not till 28.
Well, Winter Olympics maybe is.
The Winter Olympics
will be done by then, but I might try to get tickets to the World Cup just to see, but I hear the tickets are going to be outrageous as far as that goes. But I get it. I mean, and there are so many music festivals now. I think maybe it's overflooded the market. You also have Music at the Intersection, which is like the weekend before. So maybe that'll give them a little more room to breathe as far as that goes. I also saw this, and I just scratched my head as I usually do with something like this. Now, I know you're going to lean into it. I make my bed every single morning. And is it the very first thing I do? Depends on the day. Sometimes I go get my coffee first and then make it. But usually it's the first thing that I do when my feet hit the ground before I go downstairs to do anything else. But did you know you shouldn't be making your bed as soon as you wake up? Apparently, when you sleep, your body gives off heat and the sweat that soaks into your bedding. So if you make the bed the second you get up, you kind of seal...
Trap all that gross stuff in there?
Exactly. Instead, this study says it's best to let the bed kind of air out for 30 to 60 minutes before you make it. So, I don't know. I guess I will lean into that. They said dust mites love the moisture. They love the, dead skin cells.
I mean, come on.
I know.
We're all gross.
The Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America says that they're one of the biggest problems for anyone with allergies or asthma. And a tightly made bed can turn into an all-inclusive resort for those little dust mites. Who knew?
Oh, man.
So anyway, don't feel like you have to make the bed the second you wake up. Have your coffee, turn on McGraw, and then once he frustrates you, go back and make your bed.
I just put Finn's Christmas sheets on. We've got these flannel sheets that have the Grinch on them.
Oh, that's cute.
So he's got fresh sheets, and we'll probably switch.
Did you put your Christmas sheets on too?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
But I know you will.
Last year, after the holidays, there was a big sale, and I bought a brand new duvet cover.
With Christmas trees?
It doesn't have Christmas trees, but I can't
Candy
wait
canes?
to send it to you. No, the sheets are leaping reindeer sheets.
This is for your grown man bed.
Grown man bed.
Okay.
And I realized that I love Christmas more than most. I got to finish the lights tonight. They're all up. I just haven't plugged them in. And it's kind of like putting a puzzle together.
Yeah.
You know.
Did you check them all before you plug them in?
Yes.
Okay.
My wife makes me do that. And I thank her for it because there was that one year where after they were all up, one strand was out. So we're going to put our Christmas sheets on pretty soon, and I'm super excited.
I can tell you got a little glimmer in your eye.
She's got
kind of cute.
These things called Euro pillows, which are big squares.
Yep.
Nobody ever sleeps on them. They're just for decoration. We've got matching shams for those.
Okay, well, I can't wait to see the picture.
Excited.
Ed Becker said that it's too funny. He started making his bed after he showered about 6 months ago based on this exact same logic. So he was ahead of the study. Yeah.
Waiting.
I guess if you want to know more.
Hey, don't make your bed full stop.
Yeah, I know. That's too much for me. But I will say this. I feel like maybe there's a children's book in there somewhere about the dust mites and making your bed. It's probably already done, and you can probably find it at the library. You can find a book on just about everything at St. Louis County Library.
You know what you could have found there on Saturday?
What?
Me.
At the St. Louis County Library?
Me, my wife, and Finn. So we met Santa across the street.
Yeah, at Frontenac.
We planned this out.
Okay.
Met Santa at Frontenac. Went across to the library because we've been meaning to go for months.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's so great. And they've got a great kids
We're talking
area.
about the Clark family branch.
And then we went back across the street to Bricktops, and I got my steak frites that I like so much there.
Look at that. What a perfect day.
It was a great Saturday.
Did you happen to stumble into the Teen Creative Lab just to see how cool it was?
Well, I said, honey, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And then I gave myself a guided tour.
It's so cool, isn't it?
I couldn't believe how many people were there using the whiteboards and having the study rooms and all that stuff.
Amazing. The Teen Creative Lab really allows teens to explore and create and just be innovative, because on the second floor of the Clark family branch, which Josh was just talking about, it is kind of a teen-focused makerspace. I was with my niece and nephew this weekend. I mean, they're constantly on their phones making little videos, and this allows you to do even bigger stuff. There's a 3D printer, a recording studio. You've got the green screen wall. I mean, there's a video game room. And then what's really cool, and probably the most expensive thing if you're a parent or grandparent that you have to buy, they've got the Mac computers that are already loaded with all of the Adobe suite of software. So you can use that to make a cool video or little short movie if you want. Maybe you make that movie a horror film about those dust mites in your sheets. That's an option. You can, of course, learn more about everything happening at St. Louis County Library, the author events, the different classes, the story time at slcl.org.
I'm Farmer Dave, and here's my good friend and owner of MasterCars Inc., Alex Rosenberger, with today's hot MasterCars Inc. deals.
Hey, thanks, Farmer Dave. It's been very busy. In the last few weeks, the listeners have been calling and I've been showing up. I bought several Corvettes, Vipers, Mopars, and even an entire collection directly out of listeners' garages. I'm still looking for more, too. If you have an interesting vehicle to sell, call us or hop on our site today. We'll come right to your house if need be. We're busy selling, too. Black Friday specials are already in full effect with financing rates as low as 3.99 up to 66 months on 2019 or newer models. For those who qualify. Time to buy and sell right now.
So rev that motor and point your car in the direction of MasterCars Inc. and buy or sell today. 4100 Namioki Road in Granite City, or visit MasterCarsInc.com to get more details. That's MasterCarsInc.com.
Some of my fondest memories as a kid is heading down to the hardware store. You had to pick up a couple of nails, a couple of screws, maybe a gallon of paint, whatever it may be, right? It was your friendly neighborhood hardware store. Well, those don't exist anymore in St. Louis, except for Schnarr's Hardware. They have two locations in Webster Groves and in Clayton Road in Ladue. Schnarr's Hardware is that place where you go in and you can get that bucket of paint, you can get a couple of screws. The advice is always free. And the one thing about Schnarr's Hardware that every single family hardware store used to have, and that is the smell. It smells like a hardware store. It's got the selection. I don't know how they do it. It's a small store, but they got everything you ever need. They got the paint. They got paint matching. They've got big green eggs. They've got screws and nails and everything a hardware store should have. Schnarr's Hardware, two locations, One great hardware store. Schnarr's Hardware. We'll see you there.
Scott, remember when the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Pile were flying around the arch selling flooring?
Andrea, that was the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Tile.
Oh, that's right. But we don't need shtick here at Best Buy Flooring.
That's right, because our in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile are already at low, low prices.
Come see us at our 3 area locations, North County, South County, and Metro East. Open 7 days a week.
Plus, free financing on approved credit. Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy Flooring.
Truck drivers, the holiday rush is here. Take advantage by becoming a Schneider driver. By driving for one of America's busiest carriers, you'll stay busy during the holiday season and throughout the new year. Plus, as a Schneider driver, you'll have access to top quality driver support and newer equipment spec'd with the latest safety and comfort features that drivers want. Don't wait. Get a jump on 2026 by exploring jobs in your area today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
St. Louis Auto Show returns January 22nd through the 25th at the Americas Center. Bring the whole family and explore hundreds of new vehicles from the world's biggest automotive brands. Then, get up close and personal with the coolest, most expensive rides ever created at the $1 Million Mile. There's even something for the kids with our Mid-America Chevy dealers, Sponsored Kids Zone. Get your tickets today at stlautoshow.com. Kids 12 and under get in free. That's stlautoshow.com.
Michael's Baths, operated by Michael Gower and his daughter Melody. If you want a bathroom remodel, Michael's Baths will give you a free quote. Walk-in showers that all look like natural stone, maybe some grab bars, whatever you need. All they use are American-made products, so you're not at the mercy of any tariff increases. Right now, get a free shower door or $500 off a bathroom remodel. Michael's Baths, 636-775-0800, or online at michaelsbaths.com.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to its sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Meep, meep. Going to talk sports here with KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey, but first we got to talk a little traffic with Captain Paul.
Heidi, we have some trouble in West County on 270. The latest is a crash on 270 south past 44, causing a stop-and-go jam all the way back to Olive in a construction area. Estimated clearance time is 5:35. There's an accident on 270 north before Doherty Ferry. It's blocking the 2 left lanes with traffic jammed back to near Gravois. Estimated clearance time 5:05. We have a crash on 55 south before Lindbergh, and there's repair work on 5570 east at Illinois 157, causing a slowdown back to Black Lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Guns and Hoses. It's go time. Wednesday night, Guns and Hoses, the annual charity boxing match at Enterprise Center supporting Backstoppers. The mission of Guns and Roses remains the same every year. Support the survivors. Tickets still available at Ticketmaster.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Mizzou struggled to score against Oklahoma. KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey is here to break it all down. And what does this mean for Coach Drinkowitz?
Well, yeah, it was an Oklahoma defense that's one of the best, if not the best, against the run in the country, so you understand that. But First drive was really good. You move the ball, and then increasingly more difficult to, even move the ball. You kick a couple field goals, some tough fourth down decisions that maybe Coach Drink regrets. But here you go, regular season finale, Arkansas, Battle Line rivalry on Saturday afternoon here on the Big 550. But I think for a lot of folks, it's what's the future for Coach Drink? And my feelings on this are starting to pivot. I've said from the get-go, I thought he would stay. I thought the odds favored him staying. But now here we are. There's a week left. The big domino is yet to fall, and that's Lane Kiffin. Where does he end up going? And then that sets everything else in motion.
Rumors are that he had a conversation with LSU, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
LSU does appear to be the hot spot. It's not the only one. It could be Florida. That's not out of the realm of possibility that the NFL knocks on his door again. The New York Giants have been one that's rumored. But once he decides, then everything else opens up. And Drinkwitz, for better or for worse, appears to be that the consolation prize, if you will. And the fact that there still isn't a decision made, and Mizzou has said, we'll pay you whatever you want. I don't think that's an issue. He's talked about getting more commitment from Fortune 500 companies. They're not going to suddenly, because their head football coach at Mizzou is thinking about leaving, they're not going to suddenly pony up money. Those are deals that take time, I would think. And something tells me those kind of decision makers at Fortune 500 companies, they don't do well with, it's not a threat, but it's like, well, unless we get this money, maybe I'm looking elsewhere. And he hasn't said that, but his silence or the fact that he hasn't said, I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
I'm pivoting a little bit. I think if you were to ask me right now, a week from today, is Coach Eli Drinkwitz still the coach of Mizzou? I'm starting to think the odds favor no. The deeper we get into this with him not committing and or signing an extension, however you want to look at it, I'm starting to think the hay may already be in the barn here for something else.
So if that is the case, is there somebody on his staff that would take over as head coach, or we'd look out elsewhere?
Well, certainly on an interim basis, it would probably be either Kirby Moore or Corey Batoon, you would think. But then at that point, I think you go outside the program. But the biggest thing for me and why I want to see Drink stay, and I think above all else, you want to see this program continue its momentum and if anything else, the continuity. He's not a perfect coach, but he's got, I think, a pretty doggone good roster and some really good players that could be great in years to come. I would fear
that
Matt
they would
Zollers,
leave too.
Donovan Alubade, Ahmad Hardy with eligibility left. All of those guys would be out the door and more.
It's so much more than just the coach these days, which is interesting. I did see a couple different polls thinking that maybe Mizzou would be in the Music City Bowl. Is that where you're thinking as well?
I think Music City Bowl is a good bet. That I've heard the Duke's Mayo Bowl, maybe one of those games on New Year's Eve, although I would say that's a little less like. I think had they beaten Oklahoma Saturday, they can't write their own ticket, but they would have been in a really good game. The Music City Bowl, having just been there last year, I don't know how attractive that is, but in this new era of bowl games, proximity matters. The fact that it's Nashville, it's drivable, and if you could find a way to make this Mizzou versus Illinois,
that'd be
Music
fun.
City Bowl, suddenly that becomes a game of deep interest.
That was one of the
were,
stories I saw, a possibility.
I don't think that's impossible, and I'm a fan of bowl games, but they're becoming, in some circles, more and more irrelevant. You've got to find ways to spice those games up if you can, and that would be a big way to do it, especially since these two teams were supposed to play next year, and that game has now been scrapped. So what better way where it's drivable for both fan bases? That could really be interesting.
Let's switch to the other football. SLU men's soccer in the Sweet 16.
They get past Indiana, a rival of theirs for a long time. It's the first time they've beaten the Hoosiers in an NCAA tournament game in 6 tries.
Wow.
First time they've gone to Bloomington and won since 1999. Kevin Kalish's team, they've been kind of been under the radar a little bit, but it was a great year, and now to see them just a win away from the national quarters, it's an awesome accomplishment, and great job for Coach Kalish and that team. That's still very young, might I add. Like, this might be just the first step for a great run out of the Billikens in the next couple of years.
It's exciting. What's coming up tonight?
We've got Frank at 6, of course, and then 7 o'clock we'll do a little Billiken talk with Rammer. We'll break down a little further this Mizzou football situation with Eli Hoff, and a lot going on, so we'll see everybody here in just a little bit.
All right, we'll be listening. Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks, Heidi.
Well, you know that sound. It's quitting time for a lot of folks, but we've got more to get to. We're going to talk to Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst, about the judge dismissing both the Comey and Letitia James indictments. We'll also check in with Alex Stone, get a check of how air travel is going ahead of Thanksgiving. Got some entertainment news, and then we'll wrap this show up with some random. So I hope you'll hang out with us here for another hour on the Heidi Glaus Show with Bob Ramsey and Josh Gilbert on the Big 550 KTRS St. Louis.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. After a judge dismissed federal indictments involving former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Justice Department is planning to appeal. The judge ruled Bondi's attempt to install Lindsay Halligan as interim U.S. Attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia was invalid.
Federal Judge Cameron Curry based her rulings on the law, which says that when a top federal prosecutor's role in a judicial district is left vacant for more than 120 days, only the district court can fill it. As a result, Curry has dismissed the indictments Lindsay Halligan brought against Letitia James and James Comey. The former FBI director responded online.
I'm grateful that the court ended the case against me, which was a prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence.
A White House spokeswoman says the dismissals will not be the final word. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
The Thanksgiving getaway is ramping up. 73 million people will drive this holiday period, according to AAA. 6 million others will fly. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy today says tomorrow begins peak travel.
Tomorrow will be the busiest day. There'll be 52,000 flights tomorrow as Americans board aircraft, fly across the country. Maybe they're going to go to sporting events, they're going on vacation, or hopefully they're going to spend time with their families.
Gas Buddy also says gas prices are lower compared to last year. Word today, reggae pioneer Jimmy Cliff has died.
Jimmy Cliff, the reggae pioneer who starred in the 1972 movie The Harder They Come, about an aspiring reggae star who turns to crime in Kingston, has died. His wife announcing his passing on Instagram, saying he had a seizure followed by pneumonia. Jimmy Cliff helped lead the reggae movement alongside Bob Marley and Peter Tosh in the 60s, and once called reggae pure music born of the poorer classes.
ABC Sherry Preston, you're listening to ABC News.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROFIT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PROFIT. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROFIT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROFIT.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. An investigation is underway after a crash led to a deadly shooting in South St. Louis. Police say a man was shot and killed by another person involved in a four-vehicle wreck near the intersection of Cherokee Street and Nebraska Avenue last night. There's no word on what led up to the shooting. Police say everyone involved in the crash remained at the scene, including the alleged shooter. A suspect is being sought after a woman was seriously injured in a hit-and-run in North County. Police say this happened early yesterday morning along I-70 near Jennings Station Road. Anyone with information is asked to call St. Louis County Police. Official weigh-ins for the 30th annual Budweiser Guns and Hoses will happen later today. 26 male and female police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical personnel will duke it out for the Thanksgiving Eve St. Louis tradition this Wednesday night. And with Thanksgiving this Thursday, St. Louis Lambert International Airport is preparing for one of the busiest weeks of the year. TSA expects nearly 220,000 passengers will depart from Lambert during the Thanksgiving travel period. That's an increase of almost 8% compared to last year. The airport is reminding travelers to check with their airlines for the latest updates and check parking availability in advance. Nationally, TSA says we could set a record with more than 6 million people flying this holiday weekend. The Missouri State Highway Patrol is once again participating in Project Blue Light. KTRS's Jill Enders has the story.
Project Blue Light was started by concerns of police survivors in paying tribute to fallen officers and showing support for law enforcement. General headquarters, division offices, and troop headquarter buildings will display blue lights beginning today and continuing through January 2nd. 31 members of the Missouri State Highway Patrol have died in the line of duty. The patrol says participating in Project Blue Light is a way to honor those 31 troopers and the more than 700 other law enforcement officers in Missouri who have made the ultimate sacrifice while performing their duties. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. Centene has listed the site of its former Clayton headquarters for sale. No listing price has been given for the site along the 7500 block of Forsyth and the 100 block of Carondelet. A company spokesperson called the move a routine portfolio management decision. And now let's take a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. Big day on Wall Street. Dow Jones closed up 203 points to 46,448. S&P 500 up 102 points to 6,705. NASDAQ up 599 points to 22,872. Now let's check sports and traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
So be the Blues, who snapped a 4-game winless streak with a win over the Islanders on Saturday, stay in New York to play the Rangers tonight. And Kirkwood football advances to the state semifinals with a 70-56 win over Farmington. It also means the Pioneers will play the Webster Grove Statesmen in a junior varsity contest on Turkey Day. You can hear that game starting with pregame coverage at 11 a.m. on the Big 550. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. A crash on 270 south past 44 is causing a stop and go back up all the way to Olive in a construction area. Estimated clearance time 5:35. There's an accident on 270 north before Doherty Ferry, blocking the two left lanes with traffic jammed back to 44. And we have repair work on 5570 east at Illinois 157, causing a slowdown back to Black Lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. Give the gift of savings with a Neighbors Credit Union Smart Savings Account. When you open a new Smart account from Black Friday to Cyber Monday with a minimum $50 initial deposit, Neighbors Credit Union will add a $50 deposit. Visit neighborscu.org for complete details. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather tonight, rain likely over overnight low of 49. Tomorrow, mix of sun and clouds, high of 60. Right now, with scattered light rain in the area, we have 51 degrees. The time is 5:08. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
Let's talk about high school for just a moment, because that young man you brought home from the hospital yesterday, you're going to blink your eyes, and all of a sudden now you start talking about high schools. Well, that's where St. Mary's Southside Catholic High School comes in, because it's an all-boys, independent Catholic high school. And what St. Mary's will do is they will prepare your son to be the future. Whether it's college, trade work, or a career of their choice, St. Mary's, over the years, has produced a whole lot of millionaires and a couple of billionaires along the way. And when you graduate from St. Mary's, you have that alumni as a resource. Schedule your visit today and find out more about St. Mary's. stmaryshs.com. That's stmaryshs.com. They will teach the skills that are needed to thrive and survive in the 21st century, as well as teaching old school values. To find out more, stmaryshs.com. That's stmaryshs.com.
This holiday season, I feel like Manchester Road, just west of 141, is just one of the fantastic spots in St. Louis you need to be. Marketplace at the Abbey has everything to make your home feel like Santa's workshop. All kinds of wonderful gifts for people. Also, there's the Abbey Baby and then the Abbey's ladies' clothing section. So many gift ideas, so many wonderful things that have already been curated by Laura Wilson, the owner. You can always go online too, marketplaceattheabbey.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
A federal judge has dismissed the criminal cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst, joins us with more on this. Royal, is this the actual end of this, or could this just be dismissed and then we file again?
Well, that's a good question. You know, a lot of people are saying, well, it's not the end, because the judge specifically ruled that her orders were without prejudice, and that's legalese for you can try again. If she had said it's with prejudice, then you may not seek another indictment. But here's the catch. She also said, the judge, that she thinks that the statute of limitations may have run as to James Comey even before the September indictment. So that has to be hashed out. It doesn't help Letitia James, because you can bet Donald Trump is very likely to try to go after both of them. But at this point, we don't know whether or not Comey is subject to a second indictment.
Did the judge make mention at all of the tweet that I think Trump accidentally sent out? He thought it was a private message. It was going to Pam Bondi saying, hey, we need to start prosecuting these folks. It was a very odd tweet.
No, you know, she didn't focus on the angle that this might be political persecution/prosecution. Instead, it was more of an inside baseball deal. So the U.S. attorney in every one of the federal districts all around the country, the U.S. attorney is somebody that has to be confirmed by the U.S. Senate. Except you may have an interim U.S. attorney for just 120 days. Well, the judge said that the U.S. attorney that brought the indictments against both Letitia James and James Comey had extended past her welcome. She was past the 120-day limit, and therefore she was illegally on the job. So that was kind of the technical inside baseball basis for her argument. The Trump administration may well appeal. We're hearing that they may want to just go up the appellate ladder, or they could say, well, we just think the judge is flat wrong, and as a result, we will refile the indictment, but we'll do that as opposed to immediately appealing.
Got it. So at this point, what's the next step?
The next step is to figure out whether or not there is a statute of limitations problem for Comey. Even if the Trump administration has a right to refile an indictment, they may only have 5 days, because when they indicted Comey back in September, they'd waited 4 years and 360 days, and so they had very little time. And the law says that in general, if your indictment gets knocked out, but there was a little time left on the statute, then you may run around and get a new grand jury to issue a new indictment and file a new complaint. So that could happen within the next week.
And what is the statute of limitations in a case like this?
Well, it's 5 years in connection with the allegations against James Comey that he lied to Congress, that he obstructed a congressional investigation. And so for whatever reason, the Trump administration Department of Justice ran right up against the deadline. Of course, we heard that the previous U.S. attorney was reluctant to go ahead and file. He didn't really think there was a claim against Comey, but the new interim U.S. attorney disagreed and did what Trump wanted her to do.
So last week we heard that the entire grand jury didn't hear what the charges were going to be. It was very strange. It looked like they showed the grand jury this evidence, but then took something else to the judge. Has that played a role in this getting pushed off to the side for now?
No, the judge instead really just focused on this interim U.S. attorney issue about the 120 days. That was a pretty inflammatory issue last week, because what we were led to believe was that, when you get an indictment from a grand jury, you're supposed to show the grand jury the entire indictment, all the pages. But allegedly, the Trump administration lawyers didn't do that. So that could be a separate flaw. But you can bet that since the judge now has given the Trump administration a chance to refile as to both Comey and James, they will cross their T's and dot their I's and make sure that the new grand jury sees the entire indictment this time around.
Royal, what about this interim attorney?
Well, that's the deal. When the U.S. attorney months ago was reluctant to go ahead and file these charges, the Trump administration said, well, we're going to ease you out and replace you with Lindsey Harrigan, the person identified as an insurance lawyer who had limited criminal law practice in her experience. And so to the extent that she was on the job too long beyond the 120-day limit for an interim U.S. attorney, that was the key reason why the judge said that both of these indictments should be dismissed today.
Got it.
Royal, do you predict that they will refile with a different prosecuting attorney? Is she off the job? Will she be made the full? I don't know what the vernacular is, but instead of interim, would she be made full-time?
Yeah, we'll just call that person the regular U.S. attorney.
Yeah.
Well, it could be a conundrum for the Trump administration, because to be street legal, you'd either have to get the U.S. Senate to confirm them, which isn't going to happen in the next 5 days, or the judges in that particular courthouse could approve the appointment of an interim U.S. attorney, and that could be a tall order as well.
Wow, very interesting and never a dull moment. Royal Oaks, ABC News legal analyst, thank you so much for clarifying.
You bet, thanks.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll tell you what else is crazy. Thanksgiving is this week, and then a week from tonight, we will be gathering, as we have the last, 5 years now, at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. If you have not been a part of Light Up Glennon, this is a fantastic opportunity. We're going to do it twice. We're going to do it on the 1st, and then we're going to do it again on the 15th. But here's how it works. We gather on the lawn there at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, and when we sing some carols, there's cookies, there's hot chocolate, Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus are there. The Grinch is usually there, stealing the show, because a lot of the kids want to see the Grinch instead. We've got all kinds of first responders, and they even have the fire truck ladders taking Santa up to the window so they can get really close to some of the kids there. And then after, we sing some songs, we all shine our flashlights up into the rooms. It's just a way to kind of show all of those kids at Cardinal Glennon and their parents or grandparents that the whole community is here to support them, and that we want to bring them a little bit of joy during the holidays. It is a fantastic way to do just that, because Cardinal Glennon really is a bit of a treasure. And every year, people come together to show their support, even make donations to make sure that Cardinal Glennon stays on the best of list with all of the best care possible. And, you know, charity care is one of the many things that they do. A kid is never turned away. And as we approach Thanksgiving, that's another thing that we need to be thankful for. And I know a lot of parents are thankful for the great care that their kids have received through the years at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. You can learn more, read some of the fantastic stories, learn more about Light Up Glennon at glennon.org.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment, you fill out a health questionnaire form, you get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home, and then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners, and then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
Royal Banks of Missouri is proudly reinvesting in its hometown of University City. Their new branch at 8550 Olive Boulevard is now open to serve you. Visit their team in University City to discover how they can help you refresh your finances and invest in your future today. Call 314-212-1500 or go to royalbanksofmo.com for more information. Royal Banks of Missouri, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
From the same guys who brought you the watering bowl, say hello to the number 2 crew. The number 2 crew will visit your yard once a week in St. Louis City, St. Louis County, or St. Charles County, and they'll take care of your dog's business. Think of the number 2 crew as your yard's best friend. 314-717-8880 or the number2crew.com. The number 2 crew reporting for duty each and every week in your backyard. The number 2 crew or the number2crew.com.
Basement with a Y. That's Basement E.
It's Basement T.
Basement E?
It's Basement T.
Oh, Basement T. Basement T. I get it. That's the basement waterproofing and foundation repair experts at Woods Basement Systems.
Right. The All Things Basement T experts at Woods Basement Systems will provide you a free estimate and dry up that wet basement and fix that cracked foundation. Call 800-388-9326 or go online to woodsbasementsystems.com.
That's woodsbasementsystems.com.
The St. Louis tradition continues. Hi, everybody. McGraw-Millhaven here. The day after Thanksgiving, November 28th, we'll be broadcasting live once again from Christopher's in downtown Kirkwood. From 7 to 10, come on by. All sorts of door prizes, all sorts of great deals. Christopher's is a great way to get into the Christmas spirit and a great way to kick off the holiday shopping season. Christopher's, November 28th, the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, starts at 7 on KTRS.
The Webster Kirkwood Times has been your hometown community newspaper for over 45 years. We believe communities deserve a trusted news source that delivers all the relevant information a community needs to be well informed. A common ground for communication, the Webster Kirkwood Times seeks to unite its readers, businesses, school districts, and local governments for the good of all. And remember, you don't need to worry about your packages arriving on time if you shop local and check out the advertisers in the Webster Kirkwood Times.
So here's the deal. If you're driving around and you've got some dings and dents and you start to notice them now a little bit more because the sun is out and you're driving, wait a minute, hold on, I didn't see that before. Guess what? You need to get to Dents Express. They've got 2 locations on Manchester, in Baldwin, and in St. Charles. Whether it's dent removal, hail damage, minor collision, they'll work with your insurance company, handle all the paperwork, and then when it's ready, they'll come call you and you can come pick up the car for 30 plus years. Dents Express, STL.com.
A message from the master. If you are looking for that one-of-a-kind gift this year, come on in to Newssetter's Fine Jewelers. Let Richard draw your future present for somebody you love. This special engraving lasts a lifetime. At the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Have you seen this story? A woman in Pennsylvania is going viral because she says she was charged with disorderly conduct. Now, here's where it gets weird. After finding a $20 bill at Walmart and picking it up and putting it in her pocket. Now, is it finders keepers? Where exactly does she find it? Let me dig into this a little bit more. So she and her little sister went to Walmart to pick up supplies for a craft night. And at self-checkout, she saw a $20 bill had been left behind. Now, it doesn't say if it was on the floor, if it was at the register, but about a week later, she gets a call from the police. Someone apparently had reported the money missing, which, really? The store reviewed their cameras, and the cops were able to track her down. They told her that in Pennsylvania, if money is left on the ground or anywhere else, it's a crime if you take it without making a reasonable attempt to find the owner. Then they charged her with a summary offense for disorderly conduct.
What?
She posted an update saying that she got an attorney to get the charge dismissed, providing she returned the $20, which she did. She said she initially offered to pay the other person $50 to just make it all go away, but at that point, the officer refused to let her off the hook. So I guess finders keepers is not legal in Pennsylvania. So that makes me wonder about other states. What happens here in Missouri? And is it because it was inside the Walmart? If you find a $20 bill in the parking lot, do you still need to take it back in, or do you pick it up and put it in your pocket? I'm kind of shocked that this is all over $20.
Why are the police so adamant?
Right, and it's Walmart. Do they have an extra 20 they can just give to the person? Probably.
I can't believe they went through the camera footage.
That's exactly. To track down somebody for $20, and it wasn't like she stole it out of a register or from somebody else. She found it, she picked it up, she put it in her pocket. I mean, we would think we were having a great day, would we not? If you found a $20 bill?
Is there footage of the woman losing it or the person losing it?
It does not say.
If I've ever lost money, I cannot tell you where I lost it. Nor would I call that store.
And see if it's a credit card, maybe.
Credit card, my driver's license, my wallet, fine.
How are you going to even say it's my $20 bill? Unless you were the person behind her and you saw her do it and you're just trying to cause a ruckus. I don't know. This story is baffling to me. What about you? I think shared a story about, is it the Maplewood Walmart and how many people steal?
Oh yeah,
from it.
That's one of the biggest thefts in the country, I think, from Walmart.
What about those people? Because haven't they already kind of been told to look the other way? Like employees aren't supposed to do anything about it, and then all of a sudden we have this young girl who just found a $20 bill, put it in her pocket, and is now having to deal with all this, to hire an attorney, picking up that $20. I hope the attorney does this pro bono.
I hope someone takes a step back and says, guys,
this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let's end it now.
Agreed.
The fact that she offered to pay $50 to make it go away. What?
Yeah.
No. You want the $20 back? Okay, I'll give you the $20 back. I can't believe it's come to this.
Yeah, and now I have this on my record?
Like, I wouldn't be mad that you came after me for it. I'd be like, yeah, I found you. Oh, it was yours?
Yeah, here you go.
Okay. Well, how'd you find out it was yours? Well, I called Walmart. I made them go through the video. What?
Exactly.
And you made the police come over here to get me?
And they even did it. That is kind of crazy.
Here's your money. Get off my porch.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's all kinds of crazy. I'll tell you what is not crazy, and just exciting, at least in my book. So it was almost a year ago that I had my first consultation with Premier U. I did it right at Thanksgiving last year. I think it was on the 26th. Today's November 24th. And in this year that I've been working with Premier U, and let me say, for the previous at least 5 to 7 years, I had tried to lose weight on my own. And it wasn't working the way it did in my 30s, even in my early 40s. Something switches when you get to a certain age. And so finally, I'm like, look, I threw my hands up in the air and I said, Premier U obviously has tools that I don't. So I sat down with them, and I am happy to say for the year, I lost 15 pounds, which for me is fantastic because I couldn't even lose the 5, much less the 15. The holidays are supposed to be all about the joy. So let's be honest here. Sometimes they can also throw like our health goals off track. And that's why I'm here to tell you Premier U has helped me, and they can help you too. I started it at Thanksgiving. I wanted to feel better by the new year. And I think, you can reach those goals as well. I know people who have lost 7 to 10 pounds just in that first month. So there is time here. Premier U's personalized weight loss programs are designed to help you feel your best. And I'm talking mind, body, spirit, and hormones included. That's what's so fantastic. It's crazy the confidence that I've gotten back just by getting into clothes that I thought I was going to have to box up and give away. Premier U will help you the way they have helped me. Look better, feel better, and live your premier life. Because let's be honest, you deserve to give yourself the gift of feeling better. You can call Premier U at 618-750-LIFE. You can go online, premiertheletterumed.com. Premier U has 2 locations. I'm actually going to one tomorrow, Swansea, Illinois, and South County. Again, it's premiertheletterumed.com.
Hi, it's Jill Farmer. This note came in on our text line recently on the Frank and Jill show. You need to know that Ryan Raphael helped me with my senior insurance plan. He was such a gentleman, so helpful, knowledgeable, and kind. I can't thank him enough, and I heard about him on KTRS. I love that text because Ryan Raphael is the Medicare man. He's absolutely the best person to call to help you through the often confusing process of finding the right Medicare plan for you. He loves helping people, walking them through the overwhelm of, I don't know how to choose the best plan for me, or I did choose a plan based on the recommendation of a well-meaning friend or family member, and now I don't think it's actually the right one for me. Ryan Raphael is the best at matching you with a plan that lets you keep your own physicians and keep your prescriptions. It's like having the highest quality consultant on your team. The best news, it's free to you. Under the law, his fees are paid by the insurance companies. Go to MedicareManSTL.com or call 314-368-6808. That's Ryan Raphael's cell phone number just for you.
I've got some very important news from our friends at Dalco. They're locally owned and family operated and have been installing the very best windows and doors in town for the past 50 years. Well, that great offer they had on windows at Dalco has now been extended through the end of the month. You can still earn a $600 tax credit on new windows, plus Dalco has upped the ante to an additional $260 credit per window for up to 10 of their Elite Series windows with 0% financing for 18 months. That's up to $3,200 in credits. The Energy Star tax credit offer is ending forever and will not return. You've got to act fast. This incredible offer ends on November 30th. Call today at 314-298-7300 to get up to $3,200 in credits for up to 10 new energy-efficient windows. 314-298-7300 or online at DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. If you buy somewhere else and find out how much you could have saved with Dalco, you'll blow your stack. See store for details.
Let's talk about a getaway where you're not spending all the time on the road. How about Innsbruck? Think about it. You could go from your desk to a canoe and do some fishing in about 25, 30 minutes. They've got A-frames, they got tree houses, or if you're looking for a place to live that's away from hustle and bustle. Custom homes and condos as well. It is absolutely gorgeous. Have you been out? Have you looked? Go to Innsbruck-resort.com to find your getaway.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
5:33, Captain Paul, how's traffic moving along?
Well, Heidi, we have 2 accidents on 270 in West County that have been active for about an hour. A crash on 270 south past 44 is causing a stop and go back up all the way to Olive in the construction area. Estimated clearance time is just about now. There's an accident on 270 north before Doherty Ferry, blocking the 2 left lanes with traffic jammed back to 44. Estimated clearance time there is 6:05. And we have repair work on 5570 east at Illinois 157. That's causing a slowdown back to Black Lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Guns and Hoses. It's go time. Wednesday night, Guns and Hoses, the annual charity boxing match at Enterprise Center supporting Backstoppers. The mission of Guns and Hoses remains the same every year. Support the survivors. Tickets still available at Ticketmaster.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Air travel is pretty smooth so far as our Thanksgiving week gets underway. Alex Stone, ABC News correspondent in L.A., joins us with more on that story. What is the FAA saying at this point?
Yeah, they're saying get ready. It's going to be busy this week, but today looks pretty good as we kick off travel week. It's mostly smooth. The one rough area has been around Dallas and Houston as well, but really Dallas. Thunderstorms had a ground stop in place for Houston this afternoon, but storms all day in Dallas have made Dallas-Fort Worth and Dallas-Love Field, the airports with the most canceled flights anywhere in the world today. That has impacted Southwest and American Airlines because they have big hubs there. But generally, reports coming in that things nationwide look good. This guy and his wife, they're out flying.
Right now, it's pretty mellow, pretty good.
Pretty mellow, yeah. AAA says 82 million of us are going to be traveling this Thanksgiving travel period. 90% will be via car, or 73 million. But still, the airports are busy. And then the numbers they're kind of like radio ratings. You can look at them any number of different ways because AAA says 6 million people are going to be flying. The airline lobbying group, Airlines for America, say 31 million are going to be flying. And so they've got different ways of looking at it of, are you talking about a round trip? If the person comes back, is that another person, even though it's the same person, international, domestic? But somewhere between 6 and 31 million are going to be flying. And today, the latest number, 257 flights have been canceled today. That's low for a big travel day. Not great if you're on one of those flights, but on a day when people are trying to get out. And it looks like over the next couple of days, the weather will be relatively okay. Wednesday, some snow in Chicago, big hub, that could create problems. But Rico Walker is a TSA officer. He says with the shutdown over now, they're ready to rock.
They're well-trained and they're laser-focused on really safely and securely and efficiently getting folks through the checkpoint. And so we're prepared for this Thanksgiving season.
In fact, that's one of the TSA administrators. This is Rico.
Morale is upbeat again. We're ready to do our mission, ready to do our job. We're the best at what we do.
They say that they are fully staffed, ready to go. And then back to the roads, AAA saying gas prices are pretty on par with last year. No big increase, so that'll help out.
The good news for drivers is that gas prices are the same as they were last year. The national average was $3.06 last Thanksgiving. That's about what we're paying this year. Oil supply has been steady in 2025.
So, guys, tomorrow, at least for airports, expected to be the big travel day of this Thanksgiving period, even more than Wednesday and then Sunday when everybody's coming back because they got to go to school or work on Monday. That tomorrow's what airlines are saying going to be the big day. 52,000 flights are scheduled for tomorrow alone. So it's going to be busy. The weather looks relatively okay, but it's going to be busy.
Alex, with people working from home a lot more these days, or at least the past couple of years, does that change which day they travel?
It may play a role, although I don't know. Most companies have now ordered everybody back. I can tell you traffic in L.A. has definitely rebounded. It's probably worse than it was before the pandemic. As more people moved out in the suburbs during the pandemic and out of the city and then now commute in. So, if people can work remotely, that maybe that's why Tuesday instead of Wednesday. But Wednesday, I think, for driving is probably still going to be the big day that people get off of work. And even if they don't have to work on Wednesday, they hit the road at some point on Wednesday. But for flying, tomorrow's the day.
Yeah. All right, Alex Stone, we appreciate the insight. Hopefully we'll chat with you before Thanksgiving. But if not, know that we are very thankful for you.
And I am thankful for you guys as well.
Thank you.
Was that genuine?
Yeah.
That was genuine.
I think
Fully
it was-
genuine.
Yeah, come on.
I got nothing but love.
All right, bye, Alex.
Same.
Bye.
All right, fall and winter is upon us, and so now you got to close the window to keep the heat in. And that window is a sieve. It doesn't work. It doesn't lock. It rattles around in the wind. That means it's time to talk to my friend and neighbor, Larry Thornton, the owner of the window store. He has been a proud owner of that store for 37 years. His son, Joe, and Larry work together to bring you the best in price, selection, and customer service. That's right. They go up against the big boys, and they beat them every single time because they're better price, better selection, customer service is fantastic. They don't stand in the middle of your living room and demand that you buy. They do most of their work with a handshake and a smile. They love to talk to you, and they love to sell you a window or a door. Better pricing, better company, the Window Store. 314-739-0002 or wswindow.net.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
St. Louis Auto Show returns January 22nd through the 25th at the Americas Center. Bring the whole family and explore hundreds of new vehicles from the world's biggest automotive brands. Then, get up close and personal with the coolest, most expensive rides ever created at the $1 Million Mile. There's even something for the kids with our Mid-America Chevy dealers, Sponsored Kids Zone. Get your tickets today at stlautoshow.com. Kids 12 and under get in free. That's stlautoshow.com.
Truck drivers, wherever you want to take your driving career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers can choose from dedicated, intermodal, dry van, and tanker options. Don't wait to upgrade your career before the new year. Search jobs and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Looking for a new kitchen or bath? Call me, Anne-Marie Boges, the co-host of The Inside Out Show and owner and designer at Anne-Marie Design Studio. Visit our website at annemariestudio.com. We can help make your dream space into a reality. We're a fine kitchen and bath boutique located in Wildwood. We do it all, from design to bid to installation too. Call us today at 636-821-3395 or go online at annemariestudio.com. Let's make your dream kitchen or bath a reality with Anne-Marie Design Studio.
Black Friday savings are underway at appliance discounters. Take an additional 5% off any sale price. Speed Queen, GE Profile, Cafe, Bosch, LG, Frigidaire. It applies to all the brands. Next day delivery and installation, interest-free financing, locally owned, and the largest appliance retailer in St. Louis. 5% off any sale price, 6 locations, Afton, St. Charles, Baldwin, South County, and Maplewood, or online at theappliancediscounters.com.
Hello, St. Louis. My family's been in the car business for almost 85 years, and I'm so proud to have 2 of my sons join the Lawndoff team. Together, we are continuing the Lawndoff commitment to great customer service. When you buy a vehicle from our family, you can be sure you'll get the best price and the best service. Are you kidding me? Price brings people in, but service keeps them coming back. Stop in today or shop 24/7 at lawndoff.com. Everybody's a winner at Johnny Lawndoff Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Johnny Lawndoff Chevrolet.
Hi, Chris Saraceno with the Bartolinos Hospitality Group. For over 60 years, our family's built a strong tradition, a lasting legacy, and a loyal team, serving St. Louis food and hospitality you love. Come experience one of our 5 great locations: Bartolinos South on South Lindbergh, Bartolinos The Hill at Hampton and 44, Bartolinos Twin Oaks at 141 in Big Bend, Chris's Pancake and Dining at Watson and Southwest, and Chris's at the Dock at downtown, where our family awaits to serve yours.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Let's talk a little entertainment news. Wicked for Good blasted past the original with a $150 million opening weekend. That's just here in the States. It made $226 million globally, and this is all coming after, really, movies have kind of failed at theaters.
I haven't seen any reviews. Have you seen reviews?
I have
Do people
seen
like it?
Critics have been a little, I'd say, wishy-washy. People seem to love it.
Okay.
So there's that. You know, all actors have some regrets, and apparently Eddie Murphy is one of them. He wishes he hadn't turned down Ghostbusters, Rush Hour, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I don't know what role he would have played in any of these, but not doing Ghostbusters didn't hurt him too much. He chose Beverly Hills Cop instead, and I
Okay.
think legendary,
That
right?
was the right choice.
Yeah.
He was tailor-made for that role, though.
He was
in Ghostbusters.
completely, and probably Rush Hour too, because
Oh, yeah.
Tucker.
Chris Tucker's just doing an Eddie Murphy impersonation.
Exactly. Now, Eddie says he didn't do Roger Rabbit because he thought it sounded ridiculous, but after he saw it, he realized it was, quote, amazing. He maybe put another word in there that I can't say. Eddie will receive a Lifetime Achievement Award from the American Film Institute in April.
Okay. Who Framed Roger Rabbit's ridiculous, but The Adventures of Pluto Nash, Norbit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Except it did pretty well at the box office, didn't it?
The Clumps movie.
Yeah, all of those. So funny. I kind of forgot. James Patterson, can we see if we can get him on? Believes Marilyn Monroe was probably murdered. He said, I think that she was treading in very dangerous waters. She had these incredible relationships with President Kennedy and Robert Kennedy and with Sinatra and mafia figures. They told her stuff and she kept track of it. She had information that was kind of dangerous. His new book, The Last Days of Marilyn Monroe, a true crime thriller, comes out in a couple of weeks, and he revisits the rise and fall of course, Hollywood's most legendary blonde bombshell.
I don't
what
know.
did she know?
I don't know if we can get him, but there's probably someone else out there
That can talk about that.
who's on this one. She passed away in 1962, so before Kennedy. So
Right. Who is responsible?
interesting.
I thought so too. Jason Kelsey sees the positives in Taylor Swift's romance with his younger brother Travis. One of the things he likes the most, her impact on young girls' relationships to sports and how much she's gotten girls into the sport and dads and daughters actually watching football together. He says it's just an awesome thing, which I agree. I've heard that from a lot of people. Despite the negative reviews, Josh, All's Fair is getting a second season at Hulu. It's, of course, the legal drama starring Kim Kardashian, Sarah Paulson, Niecy Nash, just to name a few. It's apparently performed rather well on the streaming service, so look for that. Did you see Lenny Kravitz the other day? You know, he likes to go out in the crowd when he's singing Let Love Rule. During a show Friday in Australia, he kind of paid a price for it. He says, quote, a very excited young lady pulled 4 dreadlocks out of the back of my head.
No.
He said, do you know how hard you have to pull to rip those off my head? He said, damn, baby. But that won't change anything. He says, I'm not going to stop coming out there for Let Love Rule because that's what we do. That's our moment together.
Whoa.
That has got to hurt. Now to some upcoming St. Louis concerts. You mentioned Guns N' Roses will perform August 16th at Busch Stadium. Well, get this. Country singer Zach Bryan is going to kick off his biggest stadium tour yet, and he's starting it here in St. Louis. He'll be at the Dome at America Center on March 7th. So that's kind of cool. CBS rebuilt the set of Everybody Loves Raymond for tonight's 30th anniversary reunion special, but in order to do it right, they had to ask Ray Romano to return a certain item that he stole when the show wrapped. He took the floral couch. He said, that's the first thing I took. That's the only thing I wanted was the couch. He said, it's in my home theater. And he goes, I hate saying that I have a home theater, but yeah, it's in the theater. Not too many people sit on it, though, because it's not that big, and he already has 12 theater seats in the room. The 90-minute Everybody Loves Raymond 30th anniversary reunion specials on CBS tonight starting at 7. You've also got Monday Night Football on tonight. It features the San Francisco 49ers hosting the Carolina Panthers. Luke Combs will be joining Peyton Manning and Eli Manning on the Manningcast during the second quarter of the game. Peyton already has a strong country connection. He co-hosted the CMA Awards from 2022 to 2024, so it's no surprise they're bringing on Luke Combs. Luke is a diehard Carolina Panthers fan, and this year the Panthers are in the playoff race, so he's feeling more hopeful than he has in years past. And that is your evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Worldwide Technology Raceway is the only track in America to host a NASCAR event, an IndyCar event, and an NHRA event.
Don't miss Wonder Christmas Lights LED Spectacular, November 14th through January 4th.
The track, under the leadership of owner Curtis Francois, continues to upgrade the race experience for fans who come from around the country. For tickets, go to WWTRaceway.com.
Hey, it's John Carney. A lot of conversations with the folks over at Allen Roofing, pretty much asking advice, because I know a lot of people got smacked by that storm, and he had some great advice for people to think about. First off, be careful of who you talk to when you're going to get some work done. Make sure there's an agreement, and the scope of work is laid out in that contract. Also, as you can imagine, a lot of contractors are busy. Give them some time, and you know what? Allen Roofing will come put a tarp on your roof at no charge, even if you don't use them when you get the roof repaired. Also, check the Better Business Bureau, see what the reviews are for contractors that you deal with, and also remember, insurance companies allow up to an entire year from the date of loss to file a claim. So you've got time to get those repairs done and that replacement done. Don't rush it. Just a few tips from the people that know roofing and repairs better than anyone. It's Allen Roofing, online at aroofing.net.
The St. Louis tradition continues. Hi, everybody. McGraw-Millhaven here. The day after Thanksgiving, November 28th, we'll be broadcasting live once again from Christopher's in downtown Kirkwood. From 7 to 10, come on by. All sorts of door prizes, all sorts of great deals. Christopher's is a great way to get into the Christmas spirit and a great way to kick off the holiday shopping season. Christopher's, November 28th, the day after Thanksgiving. Black Friday starts at 7 on KTRS.
It's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. St. Louis winters don't mess around, and neither should you. When those freezing temps hit, the last thing you want to do is discover your furnace isn't up to the job. That's why now is the perfect time to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their certified technicians will give your system a full checkup, making sure it's safe, efficient, and ready to keep your family warm all season long. Think of it like an oil change for your car. A little preventative care now saves you from big, expensive breakdowns later. Plus, a tuned-up system runs more efficiently, which means lower energy bills when the cold really sets in. So don't wait until you're shivering under 3 blankets. Schedule your heating inspection today with Premier Heating and Cooling. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net, 636-916-1122.
Did you know carrying debt into retirement can drain your savings and limit your freedom? It's time to take control. Start by paying off those high-interest debts and saving strategically. Don't navigate this alone. Professional guidance can make a real difference. Call me, Tim Schultz, at 314-619-1283 or visit us at PioneerWealthMGMT.com today to learn how you can retire and start creating your dream retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Creative One Wealth, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Pioneer Wealth Management and Creative One Wealth are unaffiliated entities. Licensed insurance professional. Investing involves risk, including possible loss of principal. No investment strategy, such as asset allocation or diversification, can ensure a profit or guarantee against losses.
For more than 25 years, Boardwalk Hardwood Floors has been a part of the St. Louis community. They sponsor school programs and charity golf events. They bleed blue, and they're honored to call St. Louis home. Boardwalk Hardwood Floors this holiday season is proud to partner with KTRS and Toys for Tots as a primary drop-off location for the toy drive. With 4 convenient showrooms across St. Louis, giving back has never been easier. Bring a new unwrapped toy and help make a child's Christmas a little bit brighter. To find the nearest showroom and drop-off details, go to BoardwalkHardwoodFloors.com.
8 minutes before 6 o'clock, let's get one final check of traffic with Captain Paul.
Heidi, a crash on 270 south before 44 is still causing a backup all the way to Olive in the construction area. Estimated clearance time now is 6:35. We have a crash on 141 south, the on-ramp from Ladue Road. There's an accident on 44 west at 270. In Illinois, we have a crash on 55 east at Exchange, and we have repair work on 5570 east at Illinois 157. That's causing a slowdown back to Black Lane. This traffic report is brought to you by Dents Express. Drive time can be hectic with traffic, weather, and fender benders. Dents Express can help with hassle-free dent removal, minor collision repair, and hail damage repair. Free evaluations, and they take care of the insurance paperwork. They've got 2 locations on Manchester and Baldwin and in St. Charles. DentsExpressSTL.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, now that Heidi's back from vacation, the question is, how can she retire to paradise?
That is so true. Tell me how.
Or maybe at least retire and still be able to go on trips like that every once in a while.
Yeah, that too.
Or just be able to retire and not outlast your money. Jeff Zufall can help you with retirement and your taxes. Capital Advisory Group, capitaladvisorygrp.com. Jeff can help lower your tax bill. He can help fund your retirement. And when you go to take that money out, make sure that you're not paying too many taxes on it or more than your fair share. 636-394-5524 is their phone number, Capital Advisory Group. You've got to retire and you also have to pay taxes. Why not make one trip and go to Capital Advisory Group, capitaladvisorygrp.com.
Happy Hockey Days! Ho, 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 ho. Through December 7th, get great deals on Blues tickets and merchandise. Buy a flex plan and get a free game, or give the gift of choice with a gift card and let them choose their matchups. Bring the whole gang to a game and get a great deal on a suite, or receive 1 free ticket for every 15 group tickets purchased. While you're there, check out special savings on Enterprise Center and Stiefel Theater events and new weekly Blues retail offers. Find the best gifts now at stlouisblues.com/holidays.
Experience a musical kaleidoscope as the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra performs Shostakovich's 15th Rebellion and Reckoning. Shostakovich's final symphony blends the composer's memories into an unforgettable and epic symphonic memoir. Cellist Kian Soltani joins to make his St. Louis debut, using his bow to tell the story of Haydn's elegant cello concerto. December 5th and 6th at Powell Hall at the Jack C. Taylor Music Center. Tickets at slso.org.
A big KTRS shout out to Lisi Lumber, family owned and family operated since 1872. Lisi Lumber has built the St. Louis metropolitan area. They've worked with builders and contractors and homeowners. They provide building materials from soup to nuts. 2 hardware stores in Belleville ready to serve you. Millwork, insulating material, wallboard, roofing materials, you name it, Lisi Lumber can help because Lisi Lumber is just that much better. LisiLumber.com.
Look at our alums, the contributions that they have made throughout industries in the St. Louis region.
Terry Freerks, a graduate of the University of Missouri, St. Louis.
UMSL is embedded in the fabric of the St. Louis community. We're hands-on, and when our students graduate, they are definitely career ready, but maybe more importantly, they're career confident.
More is what moves us. Find your more at more.umsl.edu.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
You guys, it's so good to be back. I hope you had as much fun as we did here. We'll be back tomorrow starting at 3 o'clock to do it all over again. I hope you'll meet us right back here at 3. And until then, see if you can put a smile on somebody's face.
Whatever gets you through the night.
It's Sarah Haynes from The View. Today, stronger immunity and better nutrition are more important than ever. That's why Eggland's Best gives you and your family more. Compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best provides 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, all helping you to maintain a strong immune system and better overall health. Plus, you get all that farm-fresh, delicious taste. These are no ordinary times, so why choose an ordinary egg? Only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Mizzou football.
It's a rushing touchdown, and Missouri extends the lead.
KTRS AM, FM 1061, K291CW St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. Calling the appointment of the acting U.S. attorney in Eastern Virginia unlawful, a federal judge has thrown out the criminal cases she brought against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. Comey was accused of lying to Congress. James was charged with mortgage fraud.
Federal Judge Cameron Curry based her rulings on the law, which says that when a top federal prosecutor's role in a judicial district is left vacant for more than 120 days, only the district court can fill it. As a result, Curry has dismissed the indictments Lindsay Halligan brought against Letitia James and James Comey. The former FBI director responded online.
I'm grateful that the court ended the case against me, which was a prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence.
A White House spokeswoman says the dismissals will not be the final word. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
The Pentagon is launching an investigation into Senator Mark Kelly after he participated in a video with other Democratic lawmakers telling active duty service members they don't need to follow unlawful orders. The video has drawn the ire of President Trump, who on social media called the lawmakers traitors and said he wants them to face legal consequences. ABC's Luis Martinez.
It is a very difficult thing to actually prove what he said because of that video where they were reminding service members of their responsibility that they are not to follow unlawful orders. Now, what the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is laying out and what the Pentagon is laying out in a statement is that Mark Kelly could be brought back to active duty pending a review, and that under active duty he can potentially face a court-martial or he could face administrative action.
Ahead of her Christmas in Paris film release, Christina Aguilera has some new holiday music in store. Tomorrow, she'll be dropping its first single called My Favorite Things live from the Eiffel Tower. The film, out December 14th, commemorates the 25th anniversary of Aguilera's holiday album, My Kind of Christmas. You're listening to ABC News.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.